Hello, hello. My voice cracking immediately. Ba-doop. Hello. I am cold, which is outstanding news, to be honest, because I've been hot all summer. But the temperature outside is finally at a normal, allowing me to feel a little cold. Also, I have no idea how brightness is looking. I think I have the contrast on my other monitor like way down. So let me know how visible I am. um, Looks fine. All right, cool. Because I really don't want to turn up the contrast and stuff on my other monitor because it's just too much on my eyes. Um, but anyways, hello. Tis Monday. Tis Genshin Day. And yay weather, because it's finally at that point where things are starting to be like mid 70s and lower, which is ideal. I'm hoping, knock on wood and all that, but I'm hoping for no more aggressive heat waves because the days that are hitting 90 have been killing me in a non hyperbolic way. So here we are. Anyways, yeah, I started doing some autumn setup things for stream. I've only gotten as far as like we are in fake fall. Yes. We're in socially acceptable fall. Not science fall, but social fall. But anyways, yeah. So I started putting together my autumn stuff. I've only done my like the screens that I always use, like my starting, my BRB, my end screen, and this one, and then I also did my Genshin stream. And yeah, I did want to try and incorporate the latest subscriber and like latest follower. That's something I see a lot of people do, and I was like, you know what? Yeah, we're gonna try that. So I did, and the 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 positioning of the latest subscriber and latest follower thing don't look quite right on one of the layout or on the gen or like on the gaming layouts. They're a little too far this way and I need to scoot it this way. Um but it was getting on my nerves, so I had to just let it be for right now because I had other stuff to do today. But anyways, yeah. I had such health this last weekend, but I'm doing better now and ready to do things. I woke up yesterday thinking, like, I think I feel okay. And then my blood pressure was just real low all day. And I was like, oh, good. Oh, good. It's one of those. Um, it's fine. After I had an obscene amount of salt and water, I finally stabilized, but it took a while to get there. And also, when your entire vision blacks out every time you sit up, it's real hard to get water into your system. So that's a challenge, but here we are. Anyways, so the plan for today. We are going to uh we're going to do dailies and then we are going to do weekly boss fights. I'm still not ready to do bounties and requests because getting my reputation up in Fontaine has been a little bit of a pain in the ass because there's some quests that I don't want to start without like doing it on stream. Yes, weeklies today. That was on the schedule. Shadows on you. Oh no. Yep, weeklies and then starting a world quest chain. We will see how long that goes. Um, but yeah, I still have an hour until my resin is fully replenished because I was playing kind of late last night. Um, as it be, so it do. Because it's the one that I already have open. Because I saw her and I was like, oh my gosh, that looks like a little Oceanid. So I talked to her and then I realized it was a quest chain. So it's just because the quest is already open, and I don't want like 50 chains open in my quest log. So I'd rather just get the one that I've already like done the initial interaction for. Because trust me, what I would actually like to do is look. If I've opened it, I gotta do it. Otherwise, I'll never do it. There are quests that have been open in my quest list for months. At this point, I'm worried they will never get done. So, you know, I know that if it's the one that's open, it's the one I have to start with. Otherwise, I will never come back for her. Why don't I do them? I have no spoons, and I don't tend to do them off of stream. Like, this past weekend is the first time I've done world quests just on my own time in a long time because I'm usually working or I'm sick and do not have the energy to give to doing the quests. And yeah, if only I didn't also have other things that I would like to continue doing, I would totally do that. But alas, you know, it is what it is. And I'm getting to a point where I am starting to not work all 16 hours of the day in which I am wide awake. So I am starting to have time to just like Genshin again. So could do when the updates run dry. If the updates run dry, oh my gosh. Sumeru is what killed my spoons because there was always something going on. And there was like a brief period of time where I tried doing like some exploration, which included looking for some like smaller world quests. But it was so big and so overwhelming, and there were so many interconnected things that I just could not keep up. And I'm hoping that if I stay on top of it from the start of Fontaine, maybe it'll be okay. But like, Sumeru was a lot, and it was a lot of really fun and interesting stuff, but it did nearly it should go dry with no Archon quest. Yeah. I mean, 4.2, that'll be in a while. Oh my god, I'm so annoyed at my freaking, please. My taskbar is getting on my last nerve. Hold on. Is there literally any way? Taskbar settings. Sorry, I'm December probably. Yeah, that sounds about right. So I mean, I don't know. Maybe. Taskbar behaviors. Okay. Automatically hide. Yes. Show badges. Show my taskbar. Okay, I don't know what I did, but no, I didn't fix it. My taskbar is pissing me off. It's fine. It's fine. It's really bothering me, but it's okay. Anyways. Off we go. Hi, Saito. Welcome on in. Also, do you see what I mean about the, over there? Oh, it's, my taskbar, it's not, I don't even know how to explain it with words because it's something I would have to show, but I can't really show because there's no way to show what's going on. It's bugging me. It's getting on my nerves. It's causing a problem. It does this every once in a while where it's like, what if I just made Cecil go insane? Is it not going down? No, it is going down. But when I like... So what's supposed to happen is when I bring my mouse to the bottom of the screen, right? Then it'll raise back up and I can see it, except that's not happening unless I go to my second monitor to do it, or if I go to the outskirts, like the part of Genshin that doesn't take up the screen, if I go there and then go down. But then it's behind my Genshin screen, so I can't actually see my taskbar unless I look at it from my second monitor. But not everything on my taskbar shows up on my second monitor. And I'm going crazy. Anyway, see what I mean about the latest follower and... Right? See, but like the latest subscriber and latest follower, it just needs to like scooch over a little. You know, if I just nudge it over like ever so slightly, then everything will fit fine. But it needs the nudge. You know what I mean? Make it smaller and center it. I can't really make it too much smaller because the thing gets finicky. It just needs to slide over. Like, I can already see in my head. I know what I need to do. It's just... Here, hold on. This thing I had already scooched over. Yeah, it's the smallest amount. Anyways. I also am having a hard time getting it to center because it keeps wanting to snap to the top of my screen, and that's another thing that's driving me a little bit crazy. And I will figure it out. Oh my god. Every time I change layouts, the chat is like, I don't remember where I'm supposed to be. There we go. Was it bad on this? No, it was fine on that. Okay, that's great. There does need to be a no snap option. If there is one in OBS, I will find it, but I haven't found it yet because the snapping is making me enter my Joker era. Okay, we are going down here. So there is one. I have to find it. I just haven't found it yet. Like, I'm sure there is one. It's just, I'm never thinking about it until it's bothering me, and then it's bothering me, so I'm on the verge of a meltdown, and then when I'm on the verge of a meltdown, I can't find anything. Like, when I was first setting up OBS to record Sims videos, years ago, I couldn't get it to record without lagging. Am I doing the event today? Yeah, why not? We'll see if we can squeeze it in. If not, then I will do it in my own time. We'll see. We'll see how timing goes since I've spent 20 minutes talking. All right. Talking to these small children. Oh, I haven't turned my audio back on for myself. There we go. Probably take 20 minutes. All right. I'm not too worried about it then. You won't find the hiding spot I picked this time. If you hide in those places, it'll be your parents who come looking for you, not me. What are you doing? I'm playing hide and seek with my brother. Trouble is, well, he knows all my hiding spots. We've been playing here for so long that you've hidden everywhere there is to hide. As for the places you can't hide, if I've told you once, I've told you 1,000 times why you can't go there. I can take a guess as to which one of them is older. Those places aren't that dangerous. Mom and Dad exaggerate way too much. Children. But when you hide in those places, your clothes and pants will get dirty or torn. Mom and Dad work hard enough already. Don't give them an extra thing to worry about. All right. Did I finish the story of the other event? Yeah, I finished the story part. I finished the story and I did everything but the scuba diving. So I'm not that worried about it. I mean, like, the big thing was that you could invite Bennett to your team with getting, like, enough of the things. And I already have a C6 Bennett. So I don't really feel like I missed out on anything. You know what I mean? Like I got as many of the rewards as I felt like I needed. It's all good. You know? But yeah, I did the story. Yeah, I was wondering why it unlocked Bennett, and then it came up as for why, and I was like, I guess that makes sense. um, I mean, I support it. I love Bennett inspiring people. Didn't make any sense, but I support it. I'm here for it. Why don't I join in? Sure. Don't make trouble for others. Sorry, all my brother ever thinks about is playing. I've got time, you're not bothering me. See? She agreed. I'll definitely hide better than you, just you watch. The traveler is like, goodness, these children need someone. This is a commission chain? Oh, I'm so excited. Okay. Awesome. Don't hide in those places I told you about. If our parents get back, they're getting back late today, and see your clothes all tattered, no one's gonna help you patch them up. This is definitely the older brother. Got it. I got it. Ugh, you're such a nag. I'm gonna hide now. You hide too. You go first. I already know where I'm hiding. Really? You're bragging. I know it. She's gonna find you for sure. Alright. Okay, well, I haven't found a child yet, but I have found a chest.
So lucky.
Oh no, I have to turn up my screen brightness. This is so sad. I will. Whoa, you find me. Did my brother tell you about this spot? Alright. Guess you're pretty good at this. I'm going to our meeting place. Yeah, as soon as I turn up the brightness, I find a child. Go figure.
No problem's too big to solve. Gotta keep up with the changing times.
If there's anything you need.
Oh wait, I literally have walked past this kid like 5 times. When will he grow up? Not hiding? I never really intended to. If Pharaoh didn't bother me as often as he did, I would prefer to read my books for a while more. Oh yeah, he's definitely older. Our parents work so hard. I've got to grow up fast and help lighten their load. Aw, kiddo. But Pharaoh keeps saying that he misses Mom, so I have to accompany him. That way he'll stop crying for a bit. Sorry, I've said too much. I'll wait at our meeting spot. I can only hope that he won't dirty his clothes this time. Oh. Hey, did you tell her about my spot? How did she find me that quickly? I've told you this before. Your hiding spots are way too obvious. Experience is on my side, I'm afraid. I'm really good at hide and seek. Really? In that case, will you come over next time too? Could we play together again? Our parents aren't at home in the day, and my big brother's always reading. Knew it! No one has time to play. Well, you can do what I do and read the books on the shelves. That's a lot more useful than playing hide and seek. I'd rather go look for Mom and learn sewing from her. Little puppies. Alright. Now this one is also underground, but it's not the same underground. Okay, yeah, no, it's underwater. Alrighty. Oh, I can turn my brightness down again. Now that I'm not looking for children. Oh, also, I've officially replaced the Twitter on my layouts here with Hive. I had to make my own graphic for it because obviously as an independent thing it's not like download PNG, so I had to like make my own thing of their logo, but yeah. Where is the guy? Still haven't updated Twitter. I'm so bad at doing this fast. There we go. It always takes me so many tries because I just... Alright. Anyways. You're so real for that, truly. I like the Fontaine world quests. I like the mix and match of things that are underwater and things that are above water. I like that it's some familiar things that we've done before and some like newer vibes just from like the new scenery. I don't know. Alright. Oh. Well, I missed, but... I've got to pick a fight.
Too easy.
How is there a teleport point right next to this and I still somehow missed that it exists?
You're exposed.
Here's the good. Motion to.
Pin them down. Hear my prayer.
Time for your arraignment.
exposed. Ja. Fuh.
Fly! Boom boom!
Ah, jeez. I was really hoping that would not aggro these guys. I'm literally just...
Objection!
There goes Yenfei. Awesome. I really need to change the battery in my keyboard. I've been noticing it having problems.
Pin them down.
What's this? Let's sweeten the deal.
You're exposed. Ha, we shall prevail.
Shazam!
Alright. Sheesh. Anyways. Revive Yenfei real quick. Thought it was rechargeable? Yeah, no. I have to manually... You know, I keep misreading this as poison. And that is greatly confusing. You know, that poison soup. Okay.
With enough Mora, you can afford to do anything. Even take on the academia.
There's a food that only uses bought ingredients. I've purchased more,
Motion to compel.
Too easy. Yield.
Magical lamp.
Let's end this quickly. Don't be a killjoy. We've only just begun.
Breath of the flame.
oh, interesting.
All you got?
You're exposed.
Can't run. Looks like I went too far.
Wait, Barbara was wait, what catalyst can do physical damage? Also, we are in an ad, so I will take my time. Walking on over here. Oh, there's another chest. Eye of Perception. Oh, because it's... Uh-huh. Yeah, that's what I have on Ningguang. Sometimes I take it off of Ningguang. But, yeah, I remember that. I still have not refined my atlas. Hold on. Now that I'm looking at it, you know. There we go. Okay. Okay, but there's a chest over here. I gotta grab it, you know?
Grant us your blessing.
The wrong test subject.
Do your worst.
Boom boom!
Thank you. Ah.
This is so lucky. Here's the goods.
Okay, game, don't lag. I'm trying to win.
Inadmissible evidence. Motion to compel. Warren.
Ha, too easy.
Shazam!
Yeah, yeah.
Such a pain.
Practice on for size. Boom boom! Magical lamp! Motion to compel. Time for your arraignment.
There is. Oh geez, the amount of times that I've accidentally wandered over and gotten that, like, start. Oh boy. I know that quest line, I'm pretty sure, will, like, open up these underground waypoints, but there might be a way to get to them anyways, but I don't think there is. At least not one that I've found. At the very least, it'll lead me to them. You know what I mean? Anyways. Yeah, the painting one. Yeah, it does? Alright, cool. Yeah, so, you know, I think that'll... I don't know. I think that'll be the next one we do. Unless we get through the one we're doing today. Have I met Salsa yet? I don't know.
Ad Astra Abyssosk. Thank
The
you
quests-
for completing today's commissions. Here is
The world quests that I've done have been,
Ad Astra Abyssosk.
you would know. Alright. The ones that I know I've done, I did the bureaucracy simulator that, like, those, like, 3 mini quests with that office worker. That poor man. I just wanted to wrap him up in a blanket. Oh my gosh. But anyway, yeah, so I did that one. I did the one with the author who was straight up driving herself insane by trying to think of ways that mundane things could be used for murder plots. And I need to be able to cook, but I don't really know where to do that in Fontaine. So we'll find out. I did the one with, like, fixing that one fountain. I did the two with that group of amateur filmmakers from Liga.
Every scent tells a story.
Hey, dude, do you know how I can cook?
Ooh, we can definitely write this off as incidental gains.
I'm just gonna wander until I find it. Hold on. Let's think about this logically, right? There's like a restaurant symbol over there. Surely there is something in this vicinity because there's the hotel and there's that restaurant. I'm looking for somewhere to cook. Yes. Found it. Alright, what do we got? Oh, wow. I did not realize that I had gone collecting frozen meat recently. Oh, this is new. One, two, three, four, five. Alright, there's those. Cream of mushroom soup. We love to see it. One. Two. Three. Four. Five. Once I'm not focused on this, I have food-related tales. Okay. I really need to make sure to get fish.
I'll remind you again. The law can be both a help and a hindrance.
No more free coffee for me.
Saying that in Fontaine. Anyways, so this past weekend, I made vegan cheeses, which all mostly turned out, I mean, they all turned out good. Most of them turned out as intended. I made a vegan pepper jack, a vegan ricotta, and then I made a vegan herbed cheese spread, which the recipe was like, this'll only take like 3 hours to chill and then you'll be able to like spread it. It'll be that consistency. It took 3 days, not 3 hours. But now I know that it will eventually thicken up beyond just being like a dip. So there's that. And then I made a vegan feta. I like the texture of things like ricotta and feta, personally. I would say that the ricotta tastes like ricotta. The feta does not taste like feta. But it has the right texture and it tastes otherwise good. So, like, it's fine. But yeah, I have had homemade vegan cheeses. And it has been yummy. I have had many a like charcuterie board type of dinner over the past couple of days, and it's been wonderful. Yeah. I also made myself vegan gravy today, and that was really good. Oh, yeah, that dissolved in general is bad texture. But also, I will say that feta isn't like, I wouldn't call that a popular mouth texture. I have no idea how it ended up being something that I truly did enjoy, but because by all logic, I don't think I should enjoy it, but I do, you know? Like, I'm not out here being like, oh, you just haven't had the right feta yet. Like, no. I totally get why people don't like it. Ruined the whole salad. Ugh. Oh no. That sucks. Yeah. Mine is made with tofu. So, okay. The thing with the feta was they were like, cube some tofu and then leave it to marinate with the seasonings and the oil. And then, behold, it will taste like feta cheese. First of all, no, it doesn't. Second of all, silly goofy thing about oil is that if you put it in the fridge, it has this tendency, right, to solidify. So it did. And I was like, I, for some reason, wasn't expecting that. I don't know why. Because, like, I think of olive oil and I think of a liquid oil, an oil that is liquid at room temperature. But the thing about fridges is that they are not room temperature.
Sometimes the law
I
is
know.
compatible with human nature, but sometimes
So, anyways, so it did solidify kind of weirdly, but then instead of just being these cubes that were allegedly supposed to resemble feta in some way, it actually allowed me to like combine it with the tofu and make it into that like crumble vibe. So even though it doesn't taste like feta, it achieves the same purpose of having like a crumble cheese. So I'm pretty proud of myself. But yeah, no, it's been good. I've had some good food over the past few days. And as stressful as cooking can be sometimes, it's just sometimes nice to like have the result and be like, oh yeah, I made that. You know? But anyways. So, weeklies. I'm gonna drop myself down. I do gotta I do gotta keep stream moving to some degree. Unless you mean cooking in the game and not real life. Okay, Genshin cooking. Okay. I'm like, how hold on are we? And then process. But okay, yeah, that's fine. I guess it doesn't really matter who I have out for that, but yeah. Okay, so this weekend also was time for the cats to get their leaving your teapot. All right. Rip for load screens. um this weekend it was time to give my cats their flea treatments, which is always difficult because two of my cats, they are from outside, and well, three of my cats are from outside, but they're when the girls were outside, they had some traumas, and so because of that, they are not a fan of being touched for the most part. So getting flea treatment on them is always a challenge, to say the least. And I hate sneaking up on them because it feels like it just, I don't know. I feel like that stresses them out more, you know?
Feeling all right today. I'll take
But
a minute
anyways,
to try to get some more done than usual.
the one cat who loves flea treatment day is Oliver, for some reason. He will just, as soon as I open the box with the droppers in it, he just materializes. He's like, it is time. And so he comes running down the stairs. He's like, I'm ready. He dips his head. He waits for me to put it between his shoulder blades. And he's like, all right, cool. Because he's almost 15 years old. He comprehends that it's like, okay, yes, this is going to be like, this is going to be something that helps. However, because he always acts so excited, it gets our babyest of the cats, Dakota, all curious. He's like, well, what does Oliver get? I want what Oliver gets. And so he comes. And he, comes bounding over. He's like, what'd you give him? Which makes it really easy to grab him and put the flea treatment on him too. But then he hates how it smells because he has an extra sensitive nose. Like, yes, cats have sensitive noses. His is even more sensitive than the average cat. So he doesn't like when things have a smell, and unfortunately, the treatment, it has a smell. All right. Okay, you're bringing Kazuha.
All the world holds
I
true
then
is the
will
backdrop of
bring
constant motion. I stand before it, alone and unchanging.
the Raiden
Want
Shogun
to learn some Favonia's blade work?
and
then, I'll
Barbara.
teach you.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yes, I'll teach
I
you.
have a Garabba de
Mark
Barbara
my words.
because, yeah, healer importante. Oh my gosh, how I didn't fill up my water before stream. That's why I'm like, how am I already out of liquids? It's fine. I still have some water left. I've just talked a lot in the last 50 minutes.
Knight's an aristocrat.
Super excited to see your Eula, by the way. I'm like, I feel like I have a sore within my lip, like right here. So, that's fun. Hold on. There seriously has got to be a better way to organize those, but all right. Nice.
There is no escape.
I'll protect us.
Beg for mercy. Blood of frost. Inazuma shines eternal. Crush. Illusion shattered. Make for mercy. Torn to oblivion.
Let's dance.
There is no escape. More speed. Shudder. Into the wind. Now you shall perish.
Oh, well, all right. I've been slowly moving Child up. He's at level 70 now. And all of his talents are maxed for what level 70 is.
More speed.
I need to fight the Oceanid a good few more times, but I'm in no rush, you know?
No escape.
He's technically usable in his current state. Although his crit rate is trash.
Torn to oblivion.
So I will have to.
Illusion shattered.
I'll protect
Inazuma shines eternal.
Time to go.
Into the wind.
Clouds high. The birds come.
Now you shall perish. Flood of frost. There is no escape.
The wind knows me. One with nature.
Inazuma shines eternal.
Fallen leaves.
Shine down. Torn to oblivion.
The wind knows me.
Eye for an eye. Disengage. That's an order. Illusion shattered.
One with wind and cloud.
Shut up. Inazuma shines eternal.
Come on, we can do it.
Into the wind.
Let the show begin.
The wind knows me.
Absurd. Rack and ruin.
Adorn my light.
Now you shall perish.
Into the wind.
Good grief.
It's fine. Clouds
Let's
high.
dance.
The birds come.
There we go. Hi, Dakota. Oh, wow. Okay, nice. And then, all right, that's fine. Cool. We love to see that. Dakota, what you looking at? Are you? Do you see your brother across the way. Come here. Come here. Yeah. You can... Oh my god, the load screen is still loading. Outstanding. Okay. Anyways, the wolf.
Aristocratic etiquette is all.
Hi. Come here. Come here. Come here. I'm trying to pick you up. He's like, no, I want to be like Oliver and stay just out of your reach. Come here. Come here. No, come here. I got him. Hi. Thank you. He's so cute.
According to today's Forest Patrol route map, we need to head here first, then make our way over to there? There's a lot of writing.
Where do you think you're going, bub? Like, I don't know if you know this, but there's really, there's nowhere for you to walk. My desk isn't like mommy's desk. There's not... Ah. Uh-huh. He is looking for the calendar. My calendar is all the way up there. It's not one you can lay on. He's like, you know, I'll find a shenanigan. There's lots of stuff. Am I even vaguely going the right way? Hard to say, since there was a cat. Hello. Yes, I am. That's good. And we're being hit with an ad. Where are you going? Alright, you're going down. Bye-bye. Thanks for coming to say hello. Yeah. I simply could not see around the cats. But we got there. It's all good. Alright. Now we wait for the ad break to end. Not that everybody doesn't know how this goes, but I love this boss fight. Okay, Andreas is serotonin to me. I've been thinking of doing a video that's like ranking Genshin bosses, but by how much I enjoy like fighting them. So it has nothing to do with how easy or hard they are. It has everything to do with how enjoyable I find the fight. Oh my god, I need to not have these characters out is what I need to do. Hold on.
The weather's
Let's...
not bad. Let's get some sun. After all, it's excellent for your health.
Here we have... Okay.
have much to keep me occupied? Old thought patterns.
No.
seem to creep
No, just ranking them by by how interesting they are, in my opinion, to play. I could keep Dory out as a healer. She's kind of doing pretty well for herself, all things considered. Oh my gosh. Okay.
Flames! Purge!
Inazuma shines eternal! Shudder! Step aside.
Dawn, break forth!
Let's squeeze the deal.
Will be mine. Beg for mercy. Illusion shattered.
Okay.
Dawn, break forth!
Blood of frost.
Flames, purge!
Under all silence.
Oh no. Perished at the last moment.
Listen, as long as you stick to your
We
own
will
path,
wait to
it
touch
doesn't
this
matter what
until
Mother
you
Nature throws at you.
until you return. Since it will otherwise disappear. Oh man, my nose is all itchy now because I was holding Dakota. Which, worth it, but... Oh yeah, I bought cosplay makeup this weekend. It'll be here sometime in October. Because one item in the entire order was pre-order, all of it ships after the pre-order, which is a little annoying, but also makes sense, you know? Like, I get it. It's all one order, and this isn't like a big company. This is a small business, so it's just easier to keep track of that way, I'm sure. Or smaller. It seems like a smaller business. I don't know. But, it definitely looks really cool. So I'm excited to play with that. Always getting the most. Ooh, we got a topaz chunk. Very nice. Sunset makeup.
All the world holds dear.
Again,
is what
small is
constant
relative.
motion.
Small compared to like
I stand before
Sephora,
alone
you know?
and unchanging.
They've been kind of blowing up on TikTok for having colorful foundations. So instead of face paint, it's actual foundation, so it's less hell on your pores. And just like cool stuff like that. Cool, kind of unique, you know? But yeah. Haven't heard of them? Yeah, I'm
Aristocrats share the
on
cultural
makeup
heritage.
and cosplay TikTok, so I think that combination has brought them to me, which is really cool. But yeah, so I'm excited to play around with it when it eventually gets to that point.
Let's take a moment to rest and
But-
plan our next move.
I'm gonna be so antsy until it gets here. But I bought one of every single color because I was like, you know what? I have, like, first of all, it wasn't that bad. And second of all, I had been paid in cash for cat sitting this summer. So I exchanged that for like a prepaid Visa. And then I used that to buy the makeup. And because it was coming from what was originally... That's so valid. No. Just
We should
this.
prepare while we can.
But... yeah, so it was, you know... But I also got a mascara from them, but it's a glitter mascara. And I'm like, I want my eyelashes to be sparkly. So, definitely don't regret that purchase at all. And I also got like a highlighter, you know, because you can never have too many. If you're like me and you like to be as blinding as a disco ball. But yeah, so I'm looking forward to that. It's gonna be fun. Okay. How much was all of that? It was about $175 total for 10 foundations, a mascara, and a
Let's take moment to rest
highlighter.
and plan our next move.
So that, in the grand scheme of things, as far as makeup stuff goes, is not not terrible. But because it was coming out of cash, it really wasn't. You know, it was basically like,
Hey,
so
baby,
2 on sale items at Sephora. Exactly.
Neither do I.
Exactly.
I already forgot.
At that point, you're basically losing money not to get all 12 items. Girl math.
1, 2,
Aristocratic
Breathe,
etiquette is all
breathe.
just for show.
4.
Just smile and nod along. I was forced to learn all of the rules by heart, but even I don't take them that.
Alright. Let's do this. And then, would you guys mind if I dragged you into an Oceanid fight? Because I...
Illusions are but distractions.
I started running towards this one just on vibes. I love being right.
Everybody stand back!
A touch of frost. Weak, pathetic.
Be gone!
Oh, I didn't feel that. Orders given. Orders
The verdict
received.
is decided.
Go.
All desire can be broken.
Alright.
Benny's adventure team. I have
What just happened?
failed you.
Why do I feel like I've never seen whatever the heck just happened?
Faster.
Adventure time!
Alright, cool.
Faster. Wow.
Let's light it up! Teamwork is dreamwork!
Like,
Witness the final collision.
whence you came.
Everybody stand back!
Eternity is in my hand.
Faster.
This
And
was
there he
the end
goes.
of the exercise.
Fantastic.
Let's light it up!
I guess it's a good thing that Benny's not useless.
Everybody stand back!
Weak. Weak. Pathetic.
Go.
8 seconds.
Weak.
Alright.
Why do they never miss? That's gonna hurt in the morning.
Inferior. Pathetic. Be gone. After all
Well,
that training.
going right after. Tends not to work, huh?
This ends now.
Rise. Sacred name. Fortune preserver.
Lightning falls on the land of eternity.
Mein Fräulein, your presence is urgently required.
Inferior.
Let's light it up!
Perish.
Faster. Okay, faster.
Teamwork is
Follow my
teamwork!
blade. Witness the final calamity.
On, reveal thyself.
The water boys in the village? I have no idea.
Adventure time!
Oh, no, I have not. I haven't gone looking for them. Sorry. Brain took a second to understand what you were asking.
Stand back!
Eternity is in my hand.
Teamwork is dreamwork!
Orders given. Orders received. Wheel of life.
Let's light it up!
Don't worry, everybody. Chongyun's not going to die for a 4th time.
Pathetic.
Wings of darkness. Come, sever night from day. Go.
Evasion is futile. Inferior.
Faster. Okay, faster.
One with my blade.
I'm going in!
Opening box of Adepti Drex.
Absurd! Why do they never miss?
The eye sweeps the lands. Shatter. Swift and merciful.
Life goes on.
Whence you came.
On, reveal thyself.
Euthymia crumbles before me.
Alrighty. But yeah, my only other resin-related plans would be the Oceanid and then the Freedom Domain. I somehow just closed all of my tabs. Okay, I'm glad that I'm not the only one who had no idea what the fuck was going on. What was that? Like, I was right up next to it and I was like, what is happening? Okay, at least it wasn't just me. Every once in a while in this boss fight, I feel like something completely new happens and I'm just like, what's this patch? Or have I just been lucky enough not to experience it yet? Who have I been using for this? I think I've been using, like, Ganyu and then other people. Oh yeah, Nahida is also good for this, huh?
One, two, three, four, two, two, three,
Nice!
four.
That is definitely... I'll keep Penny. I like Ganyu because, well, you've got to have someone with a range. Otherwise, it's just a nightmare. If, like, in the case, because it doesn't always have flying ones. Honestly, either one will work fine. The healing is always appreciated, you know?
Oh, good. I was just thinking that the silk flowers at the Feiyun Commerce Guild needed watering. The transport coordinators will probably moan about the muddy mountain roads again, though.
Oh. Okay, I will keep in mind where on the map that is. I do like when they go back in, and like, also I appreciate that, but I will keep in mind where it is. We're already getting to almost an hour and a half into stream, and so now I'm getting antsy about wanting to get through the resin spending and then, you know. Get to the world quest. Yeah, I know, but my load screens have been a bit of a pain today, which means that real quick, it's gonna be less quick just because. And I know the reason. My Wi-Fi is for some reason being like, yeah, you're not at an ideal level of connected. And I'm like, I don't. Anyways. It's not like I've moved. It's not like the... Oh, shit.
An assassin from our homeland, or a fool who trespasses upon the waters of Chainsa.
Look around you, Rodea. Do I look like anything but a fool?
Many forms. In this way, shall water deliver your punishment. The power of water is its ability to take any shape. Without solid ground, terrestrial creatures become simply helpless. The power of water is its ability
And
to
for the
take
record,
any shape.
this one is going to rank low.
No touching.
Freeze to the core.
Sacred name.
Eye for an
Fortune
eye.
preserver. Faster. Faster.
Beg for mercy.
One who is ignorant of water's treasures fails also to comprehend its horrors.
Rise. This is long overdue.
Let's see what happens when you lose your foothold.
This fight will be ranking low as far as fights I enjoy. It's just so monotonous. It's the same every time. Like, you get different water illusions, but overall, it's the same every time. And not in the way that, like, the wolf is the same every time, where it does something that, like, itches my brain and therefore I like. But, like...
Everybody stand back. Crush. I'll take it from here.
Okay, if...
Come on. Focus.
Rack and ruin.
As long as rain falls and rivers flow, water will exist forever.
And it's like, I like this boss. I like her story. It's like, this almost is a really good piece, except that most of those are... I don't know. I don't know. I'll keep it for right now. We'll see. Okay.
One, two, three.
All right. Anyways, a singular run through here for like the last 20 to get the resin spent. And then, yeah. I do have condensed resin, but I do not feel like spending it. Also, I really, really want to just grab tea and get into the world quest. Because I don't know how long I'll have energy. Like, I think I've got at least 2 hours left in me. Like, I think it'll be okay, but I don't know. These are all icy boys. So they're all big cryo slimes and big cryo abyss mages.
4 and
Yeah. Also, the icicles, when they fall on you, they will deplete your stamina by a lot. That is the key annoying ass feature of this domain.
Dawn, break forth!
insolent.
Going in!
Flames, purge!
Boom boom!
Lay waste to the wicked!
Everybody stand back! There is no escape! Torn to oblivion!
Purge!
Going in! The flame! That's gonna hurt in the morning! Illusion shattered!
Purge!
Alright. The most annoying thing is every time I've farmed this recently, I haven't gotten any golds. So it's like, does it even really matter which one I'm using? Anyways, an ad break popped up, which is the perfect time to, you got a gold, nice. Which is the perfect time to do a quick BRB and refill my tea so that I can voice this quest. So I will be right back, honestly. I will be right back, and then we will get into the quest. But first I shall... Okay. Alrighty. Load screen, please. Okay. Finally. Alright. we are back. We've gotta adjust my headphones and everything once more. And also just find a comfortable way to sit, because I did mow the back lawn today. So my body is starting to be a little bit like, that's okay. It's only a little So we got those compression gloves. While I work on that, let's navigate to help Petite Show and grab the Lumine team. Did I bring my tea upstairs? I did. Okay, good. That would be deeply unfortunate if I had forgotten my tea. Alright. Compression gloves. Lumine. Placing stuff where I can easily grab it. Alright. And I mean, we're gonna be underwater right now, so it doesn't really matter who I have. Okay. Ba-doop. But yeah, I got... So what happened for this quest is we run into a little... Well, it kind of looks like Endora. So I don't know for sure if it's a little baby Oceanid, but that's kind of what she looks like, named Anne. And she has a friend who needs to be saved. And so now, that is what we are going to do. There's some sort of adventuring group, I think. We'll verify that. I accidentally unlocked that quest, like, right after, like, on the day, or the day after, or whatever, that Fontaine was updated, because I was going around grabbing unlocks. I'm officially warm. But yeah. Okay. Ooh, there's some... Okay. Visual lag. I am pleading with you. We're underwater. How do these fire pillory boys work? Huh. I guess we'll find out. Have to keep an eye out for someone, one of the, like, you know, the fish guys with the underwater fighting. Ah! Something shooting me? Hello? Did I just get yeeted? Alright. Have some good sleep. What just happened? this? Other than some bullshit. Okay, I broke free of it. No! I'm about to rage quit this game. What the fuck is this? Observe. Okay. This. What the fuck is this? I mean, I see what's causing it, but why? Why is it causing it? Okay, well, I hate it. And also, I am staying low. I'm practically on the fucking ground. That's okay. I'm yelling at the game, not at anybody else. I'm just deeply aggravated because I do not understand what's going on, and there's nothing that's, like, telling me what I'm supposed to be doing here. Maybe? Here, you. What door? Yeah, I saw that, but there's nothing there. Sorry. This is not me yelling, this is me trying to avoid this thing. There was nothing there. I've been at that door, and there was nothing there other than some people inside of it and a door that I cannot get through. Yeah, Like, there's a door here, but... Oh, okay. I see how to get in. Okay. This is...
Now you shall perish.
Yep. I didn't... I hate not understanding what things you can just get through and what things you can... That's her. Got it.
Born of ice and frost.
Okay, that was greatly annoying. Yeah, I saw that, but I thought they were just two enemies behind a barrier I couldn't get to. Sometimes I am struggling with... Yep. Okay. That was already very frustrating. First thing, I'm gonna breathe for the duration of this ad break. I don't like getting frustrated with the game on stream because it feels stupid and I feel embarrassed about it. Because the solution usually is not that complicated. But unfortunately, autism. And so the reaction feels very big, and then I feel horribly embarrassed about how big the reaction to that frustration is. And I don't like it. Like, I'm on the verge of crying right now, and that feels stupid. Yay. Anyways. I got a spin crystal before I could get yeeted, so there's that. I'm saved. Wait, so Petit Cho is a Finch? Petit Cho is Petit Cho. Regardless, it's good that you're well. Now let me introduce these two. Actually, I haven't yet asked you two your names. I'm the Traveler. And Paimon's Paimon. Thank you, Night Traveler. And Squire Paimon. Squire? I love attend to my weapons, my shoulders ache, or the nice one. Squire Paimon, my shoulders ache. You've got it all wrong. Paimon's no squire. She's the traveler's companion. There's been a misunderstanding. We are companions. I see. My apologies, Paimon. I am Petite Cho, a member of the Narcissan Crow's adventure team. If not for your help, I might have... Well, Narcissus has guarded his subordinates with the... Aegis of 4 orphans, so our powers are unable to overcome them. That's how it is. But with you and your companion on our side, good knight, we shall have nothing to fear. The princess will be pleased. One moment. Who's this princess again? Also, what's this adventure team of yours? And what's going on with this Narcissus? Well, this is how things went. A long, long time ago, there was a kingdom of unparalleled gladness. The children and Princess Lyris lived happily here together. But later, the kingdom fell to the predations of Narcissus, a fell dragon who had designs on the princess and her treasures. Princess Lyris hid herself away in a high tower and entered a deep slumber. That's why we now name the kingdom Anapausis. Oh, makes sense. It's on pause. Narcissus filled Anapausis with bitter waters. That which we just defeated was an evil being born from those waters, an entity that opposes Reconquista? I'm not sure where to put emphasis on that. This time we attempted to infiltrate this place and rescue the princess while the dragon was absent. However, we ran into a great many foes, and ultimately we failed. But now that we have you and Paimon on our side, we have nothing to fear. I cannot have everybody having a high-pitched voice because my high range is not versatile. Moreover, we have a princess, a kingdom, and a wicked dragon. Tradition and the stories that dictate that we must also have a knight. Yes, a mighty and righteous knight like you. I've defeated a dragon or two. Paimon's not sure what you're going on about, but if it's dragons you want, we've beaten them before. Really? You have? More than once. Really? It is our great fortune to have met you, good knight traveler. It seems that the time has come, at last, for the Reconquista. The Narcissan Crew's adventure team shall reclaim the realm and rescue Princess Lyris. Come, Petite Cho, let's do as we planned. First, let's get rid of all this foul water. I'll do my best. Alright. Huh? Alrighty. I think I am right about that being a teeny tiny oceanid. Oh! What? Ugh. Yeah, Oceanid. All this water. Is this some kind of Oceanid magic? The defensive power has weakened. There will be less obstacles for us to fight from here on out. This is so tiring. Anne, Traveler, let's go help my brother Al. Your brother? Is he another character? Well, Petite Cho and I can't be the only members of the team. We don't quite think that highly of ourselves. We certainly aren't as strong as you or Paimon. Al covered our escape when we retreated. Now that Narcissus's power is waning, let's go help him. Alright, let's go. Awesome. I'm literally just trying to collect this fish. Okay.
For Rex Lapis! Access denied.
Okay. Al, you're safe. I was so worried. Ah, my dear Petite Cho. And you too, Anne. We meet again at last. In those darkest of days I thought of you, and drew strength to fight on from those thoughts. Thank you, noble warriors, who have come forth to uphold the cause of justice. Why, had I arms as slender as yours, I would tip my hat to honor you. Also, if you had a hat. There's no need to be so prim and proper. Anne introduces you. But why is a Finch's older brother a duck? Paimon, is this your first day? They're mimics. Why a duck, you ask? Are such definitions important? I have a supple body, an iron will, and webbed feet with which to tread water. Of these I am proud, and that is enough. And Petite Cho is Petite Cho. The sphere is the shape closest to perfection, and the most complicated of all shapes. I am most proud of my sister. What are you talking about? Actually, Traveler, what is Al talking about? I think he means not to think about it too hard. We, members of the Narcissan Cruise Adventure Team, are disparate indeed, but we have one goal. We shall save Princess Lyris, and we shall defeat the foul dragon Narcissus. Well said. The person I am now knows only that the one who stands before me is a noble and valiant knight, who possesses the iron will needed to defeat Narcissus. That is enough for me. Usually, the mightier the will, the larger the form needed to be its vessel, as is the case of Narcissus. The knight's stature is much like mine, and yet... seriously. The first and last thing Paimon understood here was Narcissus. You're always going on about Narcissus this and that, but what is it? Look up above at Princess Lyris' tower. That is Narcissus. Uh-huh. Huh? That wasn't there before the water rose. Good golly gosh. The dialogue in this game kills me. Isn't that also an Oceanid? But that is the fell dragon Narcissus, the dragon who invaded the Narcissan Crow's kingdom. If the dragon invaded, then why is its name so similar to your kingdom name? And its wings are very huge and frightening. But it's an Oceanid, isn't it? Well, traveler in Paimon, you have seen much. What, then, should a dragon look like? Well, if you're talking about the dragons we fought before, they'd be... I love how the options are Dvalin, Azhdaha, and a Pep. All of whom, notably, do not look like each other. Not super close. I mean, Azhdaha is the most different looking, but... What? Dvalin's a whole other story from Oceanids. Dvalin's super blue, and his wings are huge, and he can fly. That's exactly like the Fell Dragon! No, we've definitely met other dragons before. Azhdaha, who became the embodiment of primal energies and Leah's enemy? So a being as evil as Narcissus. No, Azhdaha wasn't evil. He was being stabbed through the ley lines. Not at all. And how are they different? Narcissus represents primordial progression and aggregation, and is our foe. But Azhdaha's from Leah. No, we've definitely met other dragons. A Pep? A being whose true form cannot be grasped by humanity, and who can summon all manners of servants. Yeah, that is an Oceanid. Yeah. I think they win. Paimon's starting to get confused about what counts as a dragon. Categories are a social construct. There is no objective meaning. Awesome. I love that option. Come on, that can't be right. How would we be able to communicate and understand this world otherwise? I agree with the knight here. Our categories should not define our essence. Our purpose defines our essence. At this time, we are heroes challenging the wicked dragon, and he is the dragon. This is sufficient. Huh. This must be what Al means when he says a rose by any other name would smell just as sweet. That is precisely the case. Were you not called Petite Cho, you would still be my dearest younger sister. So long as that's the tower your princess sleeps in, the one lurking atop the tower is the fell dragon Narcissus. Is that right? No, I fear. As we stated previously, he is not here now, which is why we were able to win our way here so easily. That up there is the dragon's hatred made manifest. Can't it just be an ordinary statue? Like, you know, Narcissus commanding his underlings to make an image of him on the highest tower so as to show off his greatness and force all the people of the land to look upon him or something? You make a reasonable point. But if that was the case, then we should have been able to see it even before Petite Cho made the foul water disappear, right? I love all the conversation about the technicalities here. But instead, Narcissus' evil melted with the waters, which is why his wicked intent crystallized into that image once the waters were drained. Is that really how that happened? The fell dragon is truly terrifying. My talons hurt just looking at him. Well, we have our knight traveler, so we should be fine even if he is present, right? Yeah. Alright. Let's move on then. With you by our side, we have nothing to fear. Ugh. Trying to sit in a way that's comfortable for my legs has turned into something not comfortable for my tailbone. Ugh. Why? Head to the designated location. This is a frog named Jack. Thank goodness you're safe. As I thought, you were the ones who emptied the water out. Excellent, excellent. If I had hands like yours, yellow and white ones, I would be applauding already. Dear friend, please show some respect. Petite Cho is doing her best. You are right, I suppose. She has done nothing wrong, ultimately. Forget it. The yellow and white ones here. Who are they? You mean us? And who else would I mean? Does Petite Cho look yellower to you? Or does Anne? Hey! Alright, Paimon, please don't be angry. Jack, this is the Traveler and Paimon. A knight, you say? Then I suppose Paimon is the squire. Why does everyone call Paimon that? No. Is a bard whose task is to record my adventures. Paimon's my friend. I see. Then you are not some minor feudal warrior. Not in the usual sense, anyway. Are you, then, some honorary knight? One with a title that comes with little benefit? Well, yeah. We are an honorary knight, but she got it in Mondstadt for heroically doing battle with Storm Terror. Ah, then you are a dutiful, capable warrior. Very good. In that case, welcome to Orchestre Jacques. An orchestra? Is that some kind of musical trope? The name is merely an analogy, for we weave resistance like an orchestra in our struggle against Narcissus as we seek to rescue Miss Lyris. Don't you mean princess? Well, both terms refer to the same person, but leaving that aside, we should listen well. The title princess is a rigid, hierarchical term of address, a product of an oppressive system. It was a title whose merit is birth, not labor or wisdom. Here we go again. If the universe were a more rational one, there would be no gods, no kings, and certainly no princes or princesses. Nor would there be mystical powers that only a few may wield. Do you follow me thus far? Didn't you put your name on your organization? An orchestra must have a leader, or must have a conductor, lest no music be made out of cacophony. This sounds really deep, but it's also confusing to Paimon. But not doing anything all day while being able to enjoy delicious sweet madame is pretty nice. Is there anything wrong with that? See, if there are some who will reap the benefits despite doing no labor, then there must be some who will have to do more to compensate. Yeah. Everybody has their role in society, man. Also, gestures at disabled people. Sometimes people can't do labor, my guy. Okay. This has been a very interesting conversation, but please allow me to interject. Dear Jack, good night. May we now begin discussing our next course of action in our rescue of Princess Lyris. Silencing voices you do not want to hear. I see. Oh, traveler, come see the repression inherent in the system. Help, help, Al's repressing me. This guy. Al isn't doing that. He's a good person. He wouldn't bully you. Dear sister, do not lose your temper over this. If you have more to say, Jack, why don't we find a corner and settle this like gentlemen? If I could trouble you all to shut up for a second. Please, everyone, aren't we comrades? We've all gathered to rescue Princess or Miss Lyris after all. We count on such, I suppose. We shall cooperate, even though my final goal is to create a more beautiful world for Miss Lyris. Let us shake hands, then, comrades. You have wings, and I have webbed feet. If you think these are apt replacements for hands, then we shall do so. I love let's shake hands. Not a single person has a hand other than, you know, the traveler and Paimon. If nothing else, they extend their wing and webbed foot and tap them together. Please get along with him, Al. Of course, dear sister. Do not worry. We are united in one cause. All right, now that problem is solved. Ha! Problem? This is but the manifestation of a deeper issue. Jack, stay on topic. Okay, so what do we do next, Anne? Oh, right. I almost forgot that we were here to save the princess. Why, I was starting to think that I'd brought such capable help along just to listen to, just to let them listen to two boys squabble. As for the situation, ask Al and Jack to explain. I need a moment to cool off. Anne's having a tough time too, huh? Ah! I'm just gonna get this hydroculus real quick. Jack, you... Paimon, don't. Is there anything I need to do? Allow me to speak first, then, honored knight and Paimon. Concerning the tower before us, Narcissus has been unable to overcome it. As such, the princess is still safe. At the time when all seemed lost, the princess gave her greatest treasure to us, and that was the time that belonged to her. Huh? She gave you her what now? Time, you say? After she lost that time, the princess and the tower she dwells in both fell into a stagnant, dreamless slumber. It's Sleeping Beauty. In remembrance of her, we've named our fallen realm the Anapaz. And that means, because it is completely stagnated, Narcissus has also been unable to taint anything within. That's more or less our situation. What do you mean, more or less our situation? How would someone give anyone else their time? But it's true. Princess Lyris did share her time with us. Narcissus would constantly plot to invade, but with the time she gave us, we became far stronger. For example, my brother, Al, can usually only defeat one foe at once, but with more time, he can vanquish 4 or even 5 at one go. A most vivid example. Thank you for your explanation, dear Petite Show. Well, I hope you understand now. No, I do not. But if I just nod, what did you understand? There's too much oddity at play here. Let's just leave this aside for now. Oh boy, an ad. So basically, this is a group of water beings who, yeah. Wonderful. So the plot right now, it's giving Sleeping Beauty. In a way, at least. Love that. Lots of discussion about what anything means. And how language is not as precise as we sometimes like to pretend it is. Alright. Paimon totally gets it too. Narcissus has spent long years since searching for the princess's treasure. Only its power can cause time in the tower to flow again, and only then will its locked gates open. Thus he summoned waters brimming with wicked intent to drown the kingdom, and created underlings unnumbered and many magical devices besides. All this was done to hunt us Narcissan Crow's adventure team members down and seize the treasure that should have been in our hands. Should have? Before we had another older brother. Nay. In those terrifying days, he took the treasure and fled alongside us, but he dissolved into the waters while covering us. Oh. We were very good friends. I hate the dragon, even though I know that these feelings are not good. But I miss Nay. He was like my real brother, just like Al. We're sorry for your loss. But if that's the case, how are we supposed to save her? The treasure has been sealed into the tower and can only be opened again with said treasure. Well, one day, how do I put this? While they were consolidating our rear lines, we obtained some key intelligence that has allowed us to ascertain the treasure's location. Really? You have? Of course. It's right over there. In the sky? Well, in the water in the sky? Before Nate dissolved, he used the last of his strength to purify a patch of water in the firmament. It was there that he hid his treasure. What an irony. It seems that Narcissus has gotten too used to looking down upon the citizenry below and has not been in the habit of looking up, and there the treasure has been hidden all along. I see. Well, it does sound like something they would come up with. How do we get up there? Could Petite Joe and Al take us up there? An imaginative idea, but unfortunately impractical. If we go up there, we should find a small fountain full of magic. Options may open to us should we reach it. Are you feeling better now, Am? Thank you, Paimon, but you need not worry. We must destroy the 3 bubble formations set up by Narcissus before we head up. What are those? They are underhanded contraptions powered by hydrograna that can bombard intruders from a great distance. Perhaps you've already seen one on the way here. Yeah, I've seen them. They made me cry, Al. They made me cry. Anne speaks true. The road will be vastly more perilous if we do not destroy those formations. I'm gonna take out so much rage on them. Kate should have been in charge of eliminating them before we attacked, but it seems that he might have been smashed into sea foam already. Don't say that. We should be hoping he made it. He is our comrade in the end, isn't he? In that case, our next task is the destruction of the bubble formations. After that, let's go find the small fountain and see what we find there. In that case, leave it to the Traveler. From what Petite Cho and Al have said, it seems like only her attacks will work. Oh. Oh. I was like, instead of realizing it, no. Oh. Paimon didn't mean to put you down. You guys have been fighting Narcissus and trying to save Princess Lyris for so long. But just leave this bit to the Traveler, alright? You may see it as a knight doing their duty. You have my thanks. Alright, in that case, let me lead the way. No! Oh dear.
Torn to oblivion! Shine down!
No touching.
Okay. Now. I need to equip the fan. Just to fly a little bit faster. That may be the key to success here. To actually hit Z for it to work, though. Does he know he's completely missing me? Just wondering.
Illusion shattered.
Born of ice and frost.
They're not very good for being royal blades. Just an observation. Well, I guess we won't have to worry about the mysterious bubble cannon anymore. Well done, soldiers. Assemble. Huh? Where's that voice coming from? Does soldiers refer to us? Wonderful. It seems that Colonel Kate is still here. Let's go meet up with him. Wonderful. A squirrel. I am choking. Anne, you look well. That is good. These two are reinforcements, then? Yes, they are. Halt. I do not wish to know soldiers' names. Amidst cruel battle, anyone can be turned into ruptured bubbles and scattered foam at any time. Knowing the names of our troops will only cast a shadow upon our final victory. I mean, that's dark, but understandable. Huh? I just need to know one thing. Are they the reinforcements you sought? Yes, but Very good. Fresh hands will help us continue our suppression of the 2 remaining bubble formations. About that bubble formation. Next time, soldier, you will give your report before asking questions. Yes, the formations are places of unparalleled peril, not to mention 3 mighty subordinates that Narcissus has placed within them. They had shitty aim, my guy. Well, about that, we've already cleared all the formations. What? Why didn't you say so earlier? 'Cause you kept interrupting me. We've been trying to tell you, but you haven't been listening. Well then, it's good to see that everyone is well. So, Anne, who are these people again? I'm the Traveler, and this is Paimon. Traveler and Paimon, Pleased to make your acquaintance. It's a pleasure to have new blood like you in Kate's resistance front. Let us fight for Princess Lyris and the Reconquista. Reconquista? Kate's resistance front, huh? Are you guys the same thing as the adventure team? Let me think. We are now the same thing is how I would put it. Indeed, we have the same objective and plan of action. It is only because I have more combat experience that I am a colonel with my own force. Isn't that the same as Jack's thing? What? We're as different as night and day. Why, that Jack. One day people like him will warp the very essence of our resistance movement. Isn't their goal to defeat Narcissus and save the prince? Aren't your goals the same? Aye, there's the rub. He does not recognize her as our rightful princess. He is, simply put, a problem waiting to happen. Today, he refuses to recognize her. What will he do tomorrow? Lead his orchestra to overturn the kingdom? What do we do? He does kind of seem like the kind of guy who... Let's put a pin in that. Alright. Our goals are aligned. We're doing this all for Princess Lyris and the Reconquista, right? It seems like the Narcissus Crow's Kingdom situation is kind of complicated. Wait, what about your team? We charged bravely into the bubble formation. And where's your team? We charged bravely into the bubble formation. As for the rest, please don't ask. Oh boy. Well, he is up against immense firepower. Or water power. What's next for you? I plan on going behind enemy lines to see what can be done there. After all, it should be quite easy to go up there now that the bubble formation has been broken. I mean, I can't lose to some new recruit, can I? This is not a competition. Regardless, I should return when the sun sinks into the sea. Victory in hand. Let us meet again before the high tower. Wait, there's neither sun nor sea here. Since the bubble formations are gone, let's head over to the little fountain. It's just over there. Okay. Hello. Mori, no. Huh? Bad people.
No escape! Oh.
La, 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 la.
Inazuma shines eternal! Ha!
Ah. Mori, bad. They're good people. Understood. Give paw? Huh. You really are a dog. It's a slippery experience, as one might expect of a dog underwater. Uh-huh. Great. Now we're all introduced. Don't attack them, okay? Uh-huh. Does it really? I mean, didn't Al say that? Purpose defining essence. But that's what Mori is, though. A silly dog. He's a bore, but okay. If an oceanid can be an evil dragon, then a forest boar can be a dog. Alright? Alright. Yes. Woof. And you've been good guarding this place. So, is Mori a member of your team? No. Mori is a dog. But a duck, a finch, and a frog, and a squirrel can join. Mori is Mori. Must protect the princess. A long, long time ago, Mori played here. With the princess, Al, Petit Chou, Nay, and Jacques. But the air and water were later filled with sense of evil, and everyone left. Only Princess remains, so I protect her. So that's Princess Lyris. Right, it was mentioned earlier that the princess lost her treasure, which is why everything stagnated. So this is where it was. Isn't the princess in the tower, though? This is only a statue of her. Not the princess. Princess Lyris is in her tower. There are two princesses? I'm with Mori here, I've got to be honest. No, this one's not real. Not the princess? Try giving it a sniff. Not the princess? Told you so. Well, it's an understandable mistake. In this anaposis, a boar is a dog, an oceanid is an evil dragon, and the evil dragon turned out to be a statue. Paimon can feel her sense of what's real or not slipping away the longer we stay here. Well, let's not sweat the small stuff, alright? I don't know, I think that a sense of reality is not really the small stuff, Anne. Okay, Mori, be a good doggy and descend the tower, then meet up with everyone. Okay, what about you? Me? Well, I'm going up with the traveler and Paimon to reclaim the princess's treasure. Okay, bye. And there you go. What do we do now? Use these bubbles. The princess would make these back when she would play with us, and they would fly very high up indeed. We would fly around in those bubbles, touring the realm. That's exciting. We just need to sit in the bubble and it takes us up there, right? That's right. In the meantime, I'll do my best to control the bubble's direction. Okay.
Take them. I have no need.
I'm gonna see if there is any way I can get up. Okay, I have no idea how to get to those hydroculi. That's fine. Oh wait, never mind. We're about to hit it. Okay. Weren't we just flying up into the sky in a bubble? Yes, we were. And we kept going up until we crashed headfirst into the water, right? Yes. Is something wrong? I don't even know where to start. Magic? You know what? Paimon's not gonna ask. The princess's treasure should be around here somewhere, right? Yes. It is there, protected by a 3-layer seal. It's always a 3-layer seal. Well, that outer bubble is pretty big. The treasure inside seems to be a really small chest. And it looks like some threads of flowing water connected to the big bubble. It seems as if the bubble formation here will not attack us. In that case, let's use it to break the seals. We just need to guide its projectiles to the bubble rings connected to the flowing water. Got it. Those bubbles are pretty scary. 1, 2, 3. Looks like there's 3 strands of water. Once we deal with them, the treasure should be ours. That's right. It's in your hands. Alright. A bubble formation that, for some strange reason, doesn't attack you, but helps unseal the treasures. Luckily, I've done a puzzle. Okay. Oh, shoot. There we go. Ah. Control the currents and barriers. got one. Aha! Okay, this isn't too hard. Also, yeah. This is an ancient principle, so it must be right. You know what, Anne? So true. It is the rule of 3. That comes up in this game a lot. By name, in fact. Okay. The final ring. Okay, Ganyu has the most health. I'm like, you can take the most little hits right now, because it's not the Traveler. I'm glad I've done some amount of, underwater exploration so that I comprehend what is going on without getting frustrated again. Alright. Easy peasy.
I'll keep this close.
Alright. We finally found it. The most precious of treasures. It looks like a pocket watch. Seems like it's not moving anymore. Well, it has been in the water all this time, so it should have broken down long ago, right? Paimon, I think it's about the time. This is full of Princess Lyris' precious time. Yep. Let's go back to the tower and meet up with our friends. What time is it? 10:40. Alright. I'm still feeling okay. You know. You're back! Colonel Kate and Mori linked up with us while you were out. We're back with the princess's treasure. Well done, soldier. You've made a fine contribution. The Resistance Front is proud of you. Kate, now isn't the time. Not so fast, Colonel. The Traveler is a contact of the orchestra, not a cannon fodder from some no-name army. Ha! Your orchestra couldn't handle the Traveler, not unless you wanted to name it after her instead. And what of your rank? You may as well give it to the Traveler now, no? The soldiers bleed, while commanders steal the glory. This is quite ordinary, but you're special. A colonel who who not only does nothing, but even lets his troops take credit for victories. At least he's honest. Bright side, Jack. I feel like Jack needs some help comprehending the difference between equality and equity. But I also feel like if Jack was a human in the real world, he'd be a theory bro. I'm not gonna full on call him a tanky, but I am gonna call him a theory bro. You know, you need to read more literature. Would he not tell you to read more literature? I am just saying. While you were whiling your time away here, I was taking out the bubble formations in the waters above. If not for that, they would not have gained the treasure so easily. Got a communism the Panera by shouting. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Alright. Y'all, I did not join any of you. I joined Anne. Maury, get him. Maury bowls Jack over. You gotta do what you gotta do. Kate laughs at him, only to also be knocked over by Maury. The altercation is eventually calmed by Al and Petit Cho's mediation. Honestly, Maury's really reliable at times like this. You know, in some way. Let's get down to business, shall we? To defeat the dragon that does not look like a dragon, but is allegedly a dragon. And honestly, every dragon we've encountered has looked different, so I believe you. That's right. We'll get nowhere if we keep arguing, and the more we go nowhere, the more we're gonna argue. So true. Yes, you're both right. Let's have a speech then, Anne. You know, the rousing kind. But I approve of Paimon's suggestion. Is it not at such times, that an adventure team's leader should step up to the plate? But I'm not good at speeches. And can you really call me the leader? As surely as I am the colonel, I can affirm that you would be the best officer for this adventure team. My views on the title of colonel aside, we are in accord. I don't know much about leaders or glory or whatever, but if not for you, and if not for the traveler and Paimon whom you brought here, I don't know what would have become of me. Traveler, Paimon, what do you say? Speech, speech, speech. Well, in that case, what should a leader say in times like this? Let Paimon think. Since we have Princess Lyris's treasure, next we just need to enter the tower and rescue her, right? So you need to encourage everyone to just do just that before we start. Yeah. Paimon, do you have any interest in being leader? How about you, Traveler? The Traveler is like, have I said a single word out loud with my face this entire time? Or have I been signing at you? Do we really think honestly, yeah. Fischl would have been like, don't worry, I will step up. I will give a speech. And it'll be the most dramatic ass speech you've ever heard. I'm just here to support you. Whatever the case, only you can be the leader of this adventure team. That's what everyone wants, so don't push it off on someone else. Yeah. This leader business used to be so much easier. No matter what the name of our organization is, we're all part of the Narcissus Crow's adventure team. We have a common goal to rescue Princess Lyris. Miss Lyris. Jack, shut up! And we intend to save the Narcissus Crow's kingdom. Republic. Oh my gosh, Jack, shut up! Please continue. And restore the land and waters here to their original gleaming shimmer through the Reconquista so that the sunflowers may once again may once more flourish. Am I not right about that? Nice. That's right. Woo. We've experienced many battles and partings during the long years of conflict, and many team members we once had are no longer with us. But I won't forget the times we spent together. We'll always be friends. Even if I'm our leader, I'm everyone's friends first and foremost. The same goes to you, Colonel Kate, Jack. Don't forget your friendship over differences in ideals and perspectives. Stop teasing me. With the Traveler and Paimon's aid, we were finally able to obtain the princess's treasure. Time that was once frozen will flow again, and we will rescue her. For that, Traveler and Paimon, I thank you. You will always be our friends. I believe that our princess would also be glad to call you such. Okay, I'm done now. Alright, now what? Well, now I think it's time to unleash the treasure's power? This way, its time should flow once more. Like this? Alright. Lumine just knew what to do. My thanks, Traveler. Now, unfortunately, I fear that none of us know what will happen next. But since the Princess's Tower has been unsealed, we should move as soon as we can, right? Right you are, Petite Cho. Let's go. Alright.
Come on, we can do it.
I love when the door closes behind us.
Blaze over. Illusion shattered.
I'm like, great, we're done. Nope, there's another one.
Shine down.
Okay. Rule of 3, perhaps?
Illusion shattered. Now you shall perish.
Okay. Why do narcissists' little minions all need so many titles? Huh. The more useless the person, the more hats they need. They are mighty warriors who have caused us much harm during previous engagements. If the battle seemed easy, it was due to your great might. Sorry. Sorry, Knight, but our attacks can do nothing against these henchmen, so it's all up to you. Easy peasy. You distract them, I kill them. Where is Princess Lyris? It doesn't look like there's any path ahead. To be honest, I didn't think this far ahead either. Let's keep going up. How do we do that? You can fly. Well, even if Paimon could do that, what if she encountered Narcissus' minions? And even if all the kingdom's treasures were up there, it would only feel like we found them if you were there too. Go up, you say. Ah, I understand. We do, one and all, have a certain amount of power. It is all magical, given to us by the princess, yes, but we can do some things with it. But if we do... We were all born from the same source. I don't see why you would be unable to understand and accept this. Has this not happened before? I know all this in theory, but I just hate these things. I don't know why, I just do. Don't make such a face, Anne. We were born from the same waters, and we are only this way because we bound ourselves into different shapes using thin films to keep the princess company. Coming together once again for her sake is not strange at all. What? As long as we forsake our forms and join together, we can produce greater magic. This way, we can send you to the tower's apex. But if you do that, you need not worry, friend. We all came from the same body of water, so giving up our forms is not the same as what you would call death. Pure waters can turn into creatures of all sorts, and such changes do not only go one way. Even if we cannot adventure or fight alongside you, we can still progress together. Traveler, Paimon, what do you say? This is not our decision to make. Only you can decide what you'll do. You're right, Traveler, but... Give us our orders, ma'am. The tower seal has been broken, which means they can no longer hold Narcissus back. Every moment counts. Alright, I'm counting on you all. Orders received. Leave it to us. Go with the Traveler and Paimon, Anne. Make sure you save the princess. I leave Miss Lyris in your hands. In that case, dear Petite Cho, Maury, Colonel Kate, Jacques. Okay. It's just like what happened at Maury's fountain. Her power is derived from the princess. If so resolved, we can manifest it once more. Pull yourself together, Anne. Let's go, traveler, Paimon. Water is formless. What comes from the water will surely return to it. Once we rescue Princess Lyris, she will be able to bring them forth again. It's just a portal. Where does it lead, though? I'm not sure either, to be honest. I've never considered what would happen after we entered the tower. Well, let's proceed with caution. Let's go. We should be careful. We're the only ones the princess can rely on.
Is this an answer from this world?
All right. Into the portal. Hi, Goose. Paimon's kinda dizzy. There's so many books in here. Is this a library? This library has existed long before we arrived. Their contents seem to be ancient dramas. Children love to read books, but there is much they won't understand, so they will often ask adults to read the stories to them. In the books where there is an evil dragon, there must be heroes who hunt the dragon. If there is a mage, there must be a wandering knight. The Reconquista must come to pass, and the princess must be saved. And of course, a chime will sound, and the tale of adventure will come to a halt. Yet it will not end. There will be another adventure, and another one after that, until the children grow up and leave this place. Yeah? Huh? Sorry, it felt like memories and feelings suddenly flooding my mind. How strange. As long as you're alright. Paimon thought you must have been bewitched by Narcissus or something. Ugh, that might actually be so. Well, what do we do next? I'm not sure either. Whatever the case, let's have a look around. Yep, first off, there's a door right there, but there's no way through it. I mean, you two are small enough to get across. Hey, your hand's knight right now, you know. This will be pointless if you don't come along. I mean, Paimon has a sword. The little one that Kaya gave her. That's right. This tile sticks out like a sore thumb. Could be a path or a trap. Well, only one way to find out. Oh boy, it's Act 2. That's, seal? This is the center of the world. The castle where the dragon lurks, the tower that imprisons the princess. Sometimes it is the lost ancient city of Yith. Sometimes Arcadia. At times, it is even golden Hyperborea. Here, many untrodden realms have been conquered. Here, many heroes have defeated evil dragons. This is a place that brims with magic, and I was never really able to understand it. Children could see, through a stone wall, the imaginary griffins that whirled free in distant cloud-filled skies. These 4 pools would, in different adventure tales, be the 4 seas, and sometimes the 4 cardinal realms of the world. I could not understand these things either, but to accompany the children on their adventures, I played all sorts of roles. Are these more suddenly emerging memories? Yes. Are you alright? I don't know. I feel very strange. These memories are so beautiful, but terrifying too. There, atop that small fountain. That is the holy blade of Narcissyncros. It's like that time with the sword of brilliant valor. Okay, Paimon gets it. It's the tale behind the blade and one's belief in it that makes it a holy blade, right? With this sword in hand, Paimon bets the kids sure felt like invincible heroes. Appropriately shaped branches and drying poles could also, in the right tale, be the holy blade. But one day, a certain woman brought several wooden swords for the children to play with so that the drying poles would stop being used in fights. And who was that? I don't know. It must have been someone who once lived here. It does seem like the kingdom was once a lively place with all sorts of people in it. When you think about it like that, the holy blade must have been very important. A normal sword can cleave flesh, but the holy blade can cleave spirit and will. As such, impervious dragons and formless illusions are no match for it. If the story of our adventure team is to reach its end, we will need the blade. Is it really that powerful? It just looks like a cheap wooden sword. Just take its holiness at face value. If you say so, but it doesn't look like we can reach it now. Let's continue exploring. Maybe we'll find a way to break this magical bubble.
No touching! Born of ice and frost.
Whoa, a bubble formation? Quick, get behind that pillar. Haha! I would say that I win, but I think that it was pretty even. Toulouse, should you be up there? Is there space for Toulouse to be up there? Should Toulouse be on that table? Should you be? No? Then maybe you should get down. It is 11:08. Also, an ad is running. Toulouse is sitting on our hallway table, which carries all of like a bunch of makeup stuff on it, as well as just stuff that doesn't have anywhere else to go. And I'm like, I don't think that's a safe place for you to be, dude. But you know. And they're still ignoring me. Alright. Actually, why is there a bubble formation here too? Was this meant to prevent invaders from kidnapping the princess? Yes, that's the case. Also, we ran into some enemies earlier. Didn't you say that when Princess Lyris gave you her treasure, the tower stagnated? There's a lot of stuff here that doesn't make sense. What's going on? I don't know either. I've never thought about what would happen after we entered the tower. You keep saying that. Also, this place feels very strange. I don't understand. I should have been here before, but I should never have been here before, but I find myself feeling many things. Do you two not feel it? Well, do you know what this place is? This was the assembly hall. The children would study here normally. This was a lovely place. There was no sunlight, but it was always lively here. There were children of all different dimensions. Some of them as different as the two of you. But they would study together, listen to tales of the Hydro Archon, and to tales older still. Dimensions? Some children were very small and some somewhat larger. Oh, okay, so dimensions as in scale, not as in, like, from an alternate dimension. Anyway, what about the princess? Was she a child too? I don't know. Huh. Why does Paimon get the feeling that the story started drifting away from the princess ever since we teleported here? It is. No, this place must have something to do with her. We must be able to find her at the end of the road. She'll be happy to see us. Well, you're the local. Paimon trusts you. Alright. You hear the sound of a bell. That's the sound of a bell.
A reward on the road.
A feather. Why would anyone put feathers in treasure chests? Paimon's kinda dizzy. There's so many books in here. And Lumine's like, no, 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 no. You know, Paimon thought that she hadn't fully woken up yet, but haven't these things happened before? Yeah. There will be another adventure, and another one after that. Even though the princess is waiting for us at the end of the road, it's just a bunch of connected loops with no real end. Or we'll be able to leave as long as we find the end of the road. Do you have an idea? Let's go over what we know. Have you noticed anything, Paimon? Huh? You're asking Paimon? Hold on a second. First, the paths here have been connected in such a way that they form a ring, right? In that case, there'd be no getting out. Except we were able to get on these paths, so there should be a way off of them. There has to be a point from which we can break through. This ain't our first rodeo. Oh my gosh, there's these guys on TikTok who have been doing just an outstanding job of deadpanning how to speak white American English, basically. And there was one that was, "This is not my first rodeo," and I'm like, oh no, I do say that all of the time, don't I? Yup. It's important to note that the people who say this have, in general, never actually been in a rodeo. Anyways. Next, we saw that super powerful sword. Yes. It should be a key item in some way. And why do you think that? Well, it looks like a wooden sword, but it was inside a protective barrier. Would all that trouble be necessary if it wasn't important? So Paimon thinks that we need to get that sword. Was there anything else? Paimon can't think of anything at the moment. But that said, this tile sticks out like a sore thumb, doesn't it? And we weren't able to activate it before. Paimon didn't just make that one up, by the way. When we passed it before, it did feel weird how the tile wasn't connected to the others. Good work, Paimon. But you really do have an impressive mind, Paimon. As for me, my head's a mess. I can't get my thoughts straight. Don't beat yourself up too much. You're being assaulted by strange memories in this place. Yeah, the traveler has been there. We get it. Anyway, let's think of how we can get out of this loop based on the stuff we thought of earlier. Alright. We need to be able to activate that thingamabob. One, two, three. Okay, this time there were two of them. So that feels important. Oh, the feather! Huh. Okay. We finally got it. Wait, what's this? Is there a different door I should be looking at, or is it just this one?
We're way behind schedule.
I think it's just that one.
We're way behind schedule.
Ah, now there's 2 of these. Everything's doubled.
Access denied. We're way... No touching.
Ready, steady, go!
Born of ice and frost.
Inazuma shines eternal! There is no escape!
Access denied.
Okay, this chest is bigger than the one last time. And the bubbles have doubled, but we haven't... Okay, that's weird. So everything's doubling. There's no chest this time. And we're back. Someone wants this tale of adventure to never end. What are you on about? You know what? Paimon thought that she hadn't fully woken up yet, but haven't these things happened before? The future of a story that constantly repeats will never come, but we must keep moving forward. Princess Lyris waits at the end of this path. The last time we were here, you said, on the other hand, we'll be able to leave as long as we find the end of the road, didn't you? Then there must be a way. Rule of 3? Question mark?
Let the show begin.
Okay. Sorry, guys. Don't have time to fight 2 more monsters. I'm gonna have to fight 3 of these bastards.
Blaze over. No touching. Let's dance. Hi. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Born of ice and frost. Bombs away!
Now you shall perish!
Access denied. Next on the agenda. Born of ice and frost. Let the show begin. Yeah. Yeah. Come on. We can do it.
Better get an extra big chest this time. Okay, cool.
Is this an answer from this world?
I don't think so right now, Lumine. And now there's 3. There was only a chest the first time, Paimon. Okay. Okay. There must be a way. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. Now there's 2. And they're already activated. Am I just running in circles? I mean, other than the obvious part where, yes, I am running in circles. Okay, we're back to there just being 2. If it goes down to 1, is this... Hmm. No, there's 3 again. Okay, so I was right with my instinct to go backwards, and I should have just trusted it. Okay. Pro tip. Trust your instincts, or else you'll be stuck in another samsara loop. Okay, obtaining the Holy Blade. Again. Oh, nope. I need the thingamabobs. Okay. Once its powers are awakened, it will become a destructive and invincible force. That's right. When the young heroes from Narcissan Crow's adventure team would pick this sword up, they would become able to defeat all foes in their tale. Well, let's just take the sword, shall we? Who knows, it might come in handy later. Outstanding. Wait. That's the direct... Wait. That's new. Fucking turtles all the way down. That is a really long descent. It's so creepy. Don't worry, Anne. The Traveler is really reliable and really good with a wind glider. You're worried about what might come afterward, right? Well, don't be. A real adventure is not only filled with challenges, but also with unknowns. The most important thing is to come back from completing those challenges and unknowns in one piece, right? Yes. I believe in you. You are wise and powerful and also kind people. And ding ding ding, we have a winner. In that case, let's go. Add Astra Abyssosque, as Catherine always says. I think we're about to add Astra to the Abyssosque. I think we're finally in a new room. Paimon feels like something should happen right about now. I feel uneasy too, and I've been frightened ever since we came down here. No need to worry, the Traveler will protect us no matter what, right? Of course I will. Yes, I believe in the two of you, I just don't know what we'll encounter later. We'll take anything as it comes. Still, best to be prepared. We might be in for a battle with Narcissus for all we know. Oh, I could just walk in.
Inazuma shines eternal!
All hail! I'll protect us.
Illusion shattered!
Okay, so we're getting one mimic at a time. Definitely not complaining.
No touching.
We're way behind schedule.
Ah, yes.
Shine down!
La, 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 la. Let's dance.
Born of ice and frost. I can fix this. Access denied.
I'll protect us. Huh, huh.
Love the use the the rapids to... Huh. Anyways, add. In the middle of our Astra Abyssosk. My lower back hurts so bad. And everything is just... But my legs hurt. And I cannot establish a place that is comfortable. And it's frustrating. But this is also like in the middle of a place. And I have no idea how I'd get back here. So I kind of just want to keep powering through, you know? Like, I'm sure there's a way to get back here, but like... Oh yes, do that. Alright. So, why did we meet Narcissus in here? According to what we said before, the tower lost its time, and thus stagnated. As such, no one could open it or enter it. But this space isn't within the tower. We teleported to a different place from the tower. That's right. Paimon forgot that happened. But if that's the case... But how? No, that can't be true. The princess should be in the tower. That was the adventure team's only hope in this dark world. If she isn't, our adventures, their meaning, Al, Petit Cho, and the others. But we did take out the biggest threat to the kingdom, didn't we? That's a good thing, right? Yes, you're right, Paimon. Thank you. Thank you both. The story's not over. Yeah. Look, over there. There's a place we haven't been to before. Maybe we'll find more clues there. Maybe.
Is this an answer from this world?
Looks like there's a ton of resources in here. There's got to be some clues, right? Alright, I'll start over here. Decided to incorporate the Institute for Raising Orphans and the Children of Criminals into the public welfare system. Considering the ruins of a previous civilization upon which it is situated, it shall be named. The seat of the director was established in honor of the Hydro Archon's great virtue and has been taken on by a gentle-natured Oceanid. The title of vice director is to be taken up by one who displays exceptional moral quality and ability. Linking up with Ingold Guillotine. And the rest of the old gang will go some way for solving the dispersion issue. The situation is no place for personal feelings, but what person can lack them completely? I can only hope that they aren't treating my dear old Sponsian too poorly, or let it rust in that harbor. I hope my skills haven't rusted away either. I hope all goes well. I still want to watch the doe rise to the sounds of play outside the window. I still want to watch them grow into fine adults. Creepy abandoned orphanage. According to ancient theater and mysterious research hidden here, we believe that the documents and folklore discovered within Petrichor... Nice. The research team from Institute of Natural Philosophy holds that The duty will be taken up by Basil Alton, former naval commander. May her steely temper itself be tempered by the family she will establish with these children going forward. What's that idiot thinking? Well, whatever. Might as well have some fun post-retirement. One serving of flour, 1 of sugar, and 1 of melted butter, 2 of eggs, and a large amount of milk with which to make foam. Are you kidding me? What exactly is a large amount? Remember it well this time. 15 minutes at 180 degrees is not the same as 5 at 540. There's a book here too. This book gives me a strange feeling. Not Paimonsi. A long, long time ago, in a place far, far away, there was once a beautiful and kind princess named Lyris, and yep, she's our main character. I don't want this name. That's not what you said before. Do you want to read it too, Anne? In that case, Paimon's going to continue. Ahem. Oh, come on, it's just a story. There's no need to be so fussy. Anyway, a protagonist needs an antagonist, an evil one at that. And our evil antagonist, well, that's the dragon Narcissus. So evil that he is the peace-loving, or that the peace-loving people tremble at the sound of his name. Not that he cares about their feelings, though. He sowed destruction across the land with the searing flames he spewed from his mouth. His great wings turned cities to dust, and his burning breath reduced nations to ash. At last, only the princess's realm remained safe. But because the princess worked tirelessly to defend her realm, Narcissus's plot to destroy everything could not succeed. So, in Narcissus's story, I'm the evil villain? This is kind of weird. This started like a storybook, but it also feels like it isn't. Read carefully. Huh? What? We are in the book. What is this place? This is the real Anapazus. Huh? Paimon wants to say that the book's contents were really weird, but it's not much when compared to this, is it? The world should be like this, not how it is outside. Children should be able to play under the sun and in the grass without fear or hindrance or harm. This place does feel pretty comfy, yeah. Paimon feels way better than back when we were adventuring throughout the kingdom. There was no sunlight there at all. Okay, but this is fucking weird. You can see Fontaine from the Jade Chamber. Awesome. I'm gonna see, maybe if I lower myself down so that my legs are up instead of like down. Ugh. I'm sinking. I might switch to faceless since you're mostly getting room at this level. Bada-boop. Here we go. Never mind that. This place is really nice. It's gotta be Princess Lyris's garden, right? Say, traveler, when our adventures are over, why don't we find a place like this to live? We can eat tasty fruits, plant lots of sweet flowers, and we can invite our friends over as guests. And for like the 5th time, we are saying, let's put a pin in that. That's true. We gotta help Anne find the princess first, don't we? Hide and seek, where did Mary and her friends go? Huh? Sounds like someone's singing over there. Let's go have a look. Mary Ann's story. The sunflowers. Is this going to be somebody with blue hair and blue eyes in that creepy way? Oh my gosh. That's exactly what Ningguang wants. Hide and seek, where did Mary and her friends go? To a great sea without borders, to the place from which all lives flow. I have no idea where that was supposed to go tune-wise. Hey there. Yep. I recognize this NPC palette. Oh, hi. I'm sorry, I was just preparing some tea and didn't notice you. Come, sit. Snacks will be ready soon. I'm sorry, I was just... Wait, yep, okay. Ooh, snacks. Yes, and ours are very good. But I must say this first. We can only start once the bell rings. It would be quite rude to do so otherwise. Where are you from, by the way? Why, you are a fascinating combination, aren't you? A lovely young lady, a small little oceanid, and your beautiful floating friend. Paimon's Paimon, and this is the traveler. Huh. Is it just Paimon, or does Anne look unhappy? She might have been reminded of something. And this oceanid is our friend Anne. Oh my, a fine name indeed. In that case, please call me Marianne. My, what a pleasant surprise. It's been a long time since I've met someone from the outside. Where are you from? Well, actually, Paimon's not sure either. We defeated the fell dragon Narcissus, and then we ended up here somehow. The fell dragon Narcissus, you say? That must have been a frightening foe. Did you think so? Not really. My, I've heard that Narcissus has hurt many and has turned many kingdoms to ash. Defeating him was an impressive feat indeed. So you know about him too? Great! We're from the Narcissus adventure kingdom, and we're looking for Princess Lyris. Do you know where we might find her? Princess Lyris? I'm afraid I do not know. But she should be here. Is that the case, Anne? But I have lived here for a long, long time, and yet I have never seen any princess. Perhaps she might be somewhere else? Is that so? But before we came here, we read a book about that princess, and how she's beautiful and kind and stuff. I'm afraid I'm unfamiliar with any such person. On the flip side, you, traveler, do look like a princess from a distant land. Well, that's neither here nor there. Oh boy. The creepy bell. Is that the bell? That's the signal for tea time. In the past, children would throw down their wooden swords the moment they heard this bell, and they would come into the hall to have snacks. They're not here now, but I think it's best to follow the rules all the same. They'd be quite disappointed otherwise, I suspect. Well then, shall we? I'm not hungry. Alright. Cool. How were they? Well, they were great, although Paimon couldn't really taste them? My apologies. I just made them as I remember them, so I'm not sure if they'll taste all that good. Oh, don't worry about it. At least Paimon's full now. Well, in that case, let me take you all out on a stroll. Okay. So this is really weird, right? This is a flower garden that we've painstakingly taken care of. Lovely, isn't it? I've heard Basil say that caring for children is like caring for a flower. You need good soil, sufficient sunlight, frequent watering, and you can't let them grow however they want. Sounds like this Basil is pretty smart. Alright. In fact, we must get rid of pests from time to time as well. Ah, my chair is squeaking all over the place. Actually, Basil sounds pretty dangerous too. Ah, she is very capable indeed. Making snacks, caring for flowers, she can do it all. It would be nice if I could introduce her to you. I've been caring for the flowers here all this time, in the hopes that some friends might come and I might show them how they've bloomed, and well, here you are. Well, it's a shame they aren't in bloom right now, though. Well, we just need to water them, and they'll be fine. Hide and seek, where did Mary and her friends go? To the halls of seaborn form, to watch the flowers grow. Alrighty. And there's the sunflowers. Aren't they beautiful? Huh? That was quick. Well, they've been waiting for friends to arrive after all, and with your arrival, they were so excited. All they needed was a little encouragement and a little rain to get them going. Huh, so that's how it is. I suspect this exceeds the realm of amazing. Do you like them, Anne? They're very beautiful, like gleaming gold. I knew you would. I love them too, after all. You're from a very, very far away place, aren't you, traveler? What sort of flowers bloom there? The flowers I wear in my hair. I mean, those are technically from Conria. I thought those flowers were beautiful for the moment I saw you. But I fear they'll be hard to find now. Then let us speak of other flowers. I've always been in Fontaine, and I've never gone elsewhere. That said, a friend of mine has been to Sumeru. I heard from him that there are many flowers that can't be found here. Those that grow on cliffs, ones that can only open at night, some even grow on cacti. And that's when he realized that there were no cacti in Fontaine and had to give me a separate explanation. He was always the serious sort, and he was the smartest of us when we were young. Sorry, I'm talking to myself. It must be a little too exciting for me, meeting new friends like this. Well then, Paimon, have you seen any special flowers? One-shot's dandelions come to mind. Dandelions? Oh, do you have any of their delightful seeds with you? We might. Dandelions, dandelions, bloom, bloom, bloom. Alright, cool. Ah, yes. What sort of flower is a dandelion? Paimon thought you knew. Well, how should we put this? The dandelion flower is made up of tiny white flowers, and those white flowers have seeds on them. When the wind blows, the tiny flowers scatter along with the wind, and they take root and sprout elsewhere, making new flowers. I didn't know such a flower existed, but I have heard about something similar. What sort of flower is that? It's not a flower, but it's a story about water. In a certain place there was a peaceful body of water. Later, with disturbance, there came ripples, and droplets appeared in those ripples, droplets that had life in them. This life left the water and turned into different forms. But though they were all made of water, gulfs opened between them due to these differences. Each drop of life was very weak, but each was beautiful in its own way. The dandelions you spoke of, Paimon, reminded me a lot of that story. A flower that was once united as one would be separated, would bloom, and each piece would become itself. But a single drop of water is weak and will dry up easily. Together they will be strong, and yet they will no longer be themselves. Is that how it is with dandelions too? Do you think that's a good thing? Paimon doesn't really get it. What do you think? People can unite and yet maintain their personhood. Can they really? I think I understand where you're coming from. What you're talking about sounds a lot like what happened to Al, Petit Cho, and the others. To help us, they all melded into one, turning into that big bubble. Yes, I still remember. Well, it might be meaningless to say this now. Let's have a little walk again, shall we? Ah, yes, I can take you to see our dog. So you've got a dog, Marianne? Yes, he's a silly dog who's always accompanied me and been my best friend. Vibes are weird, vibes are weird, vibes are creepy and weird. Paimon doesn't see him, though. He'll come when it's feeding time. Alright. Noble Miss, it is an honor to receive food from you. A pleasure to see you again, Miss Marianne. Huh? Oh, you good doggy. Good doggy? And how do you do, dear little miss? Well, thanks for being polite and all, but... Anne, what's going on? I don't know, but this can't be Maury. He has always kept me company. Does this mean we've been wrong all along? Don't fuss over the details, Paimon. Right now, this boar is a dog. Water can take any shape, and life can choose what form it must take. This, however, has nothing to do with its essence. That is a different matter. Didn't Al say something similarly weird? I have heard something similar said, that the body is a prison that restricts evolution. That person was once a child like all others. We and many others heard him tell stories about how all life was originally formless, like water, and how there were no barriers between souls, thus allowing them to compose an endless story. You know, we've had enough endless stories for one day, but by all means, carry on. Many have forsaken their bodies, and for if water can be withdrawn from blood, so too can will be drawn out of one's form. But if you were to try to sprinkle water on the blackened dust that remained, it will not become blood again. Anne? I remember something, even though I really didn't want to. How much do you remember, Anne? I don't know. There's just this flood of feelings and scenes. Happy words and angry ones, I'm not sure. I understand. You go first, alright? And remember, be a good dog. Understood. See you, Miss Marianne. See you, dear guests. Oh, this is bad. The number of things that don't make sense just keeps going up. If we hadn't seen the dog, Paimon would have forgotten all that stuff already. Didn't we say we were going to rescue Princess Lyris? That's right. My apologies, but there is no princess here. Only us. Today we were simply fortunate enough to receive guests. But this is the end of the path. She has to be here. But Marianne said... So that's gotta mean one of you is mistaken, right? Right? Do you really want to hear what I have to say? Of course! You've got the bigger brain here, don't you? Paimon, all we've experienced so far was just a story. But didn't we team up with the Narcissan Crew's adventure team to defeat Narcissus' henchmen? Think about it for a moment, Paimon. Is there even a Narcissan Crew's kingdom among the 7 nations? Well, you're right. Paimon didn't think of that. So the adventure team, Al, Petit Cho, Colonel Kate, Jacques, Maury, the 2 of us and our adventures, they were all just characters in a story? No, they can't be. Paimon can't accept that. Didn't we encounter all kinds of stuff after going through the portal in the tower? There's a lot of stuff there that wouldn't fit if this was just a story. You know, like how there was no holy blade mentioned at the start, and how a sealed tower still had monsters and bubble formations inside it. Paimon, I think I understand what the traveler is trying to say. So all the things that happened after we ascended in the tower are outside the realm of the story. Is that right? More accurately, those parts of the story have not yet been written. So the Holy Blade, Narcissus, these were still inside the story. It's just that they had not been arranged correctly yet. Paimon still finds it hard to imagine anyone who would create such a huge building just for a story. I believe the structure already existed. It was just used as the setting. So that means the things that I recalled along the way were things that happened here before. And I'm just a character in the story. You're not merely a character. The fact that you can think about this means that you can remember it. But if that's the case, who is Anne? I am Anne. I must rescue Princess Lyris. Alright, traveler, Paimon, and dearest Anne, our time is up. I enjoyed our time together, but I'm afraid it is time for you to leave. Why did you have to say if it was fiction if you already knew? Spare a thought for Anne's feelings at least. What happened? But... Shh. There's no need to say anything, Anne. I once heard my best friend tell a story about a beautiful princess trapped in a high tower, and then an ad hit. I think we're in the final leg of the quest at the very least. It's kind of one of those where I'm like, yeah, I could stop, but also, like, at this point, you know, I don't think there's a lot left. Yeah, that's what I thought. I've had a slightly weird sleep schedule due to pain anyways, so, like, if I took my meds right now, I can't trust them to work. So at this point, I might as well exhaust myself a little more, you know? Oh my gosh, last night I took my meds and it took them like 2.5 hours to kick in and knock me out. It was so frustrating. Oh no. Yeah. Before you arrived, I had a dream. I dreamt that I was a small, brave Oceanid, and we set out to save the princess. And perhaps there are princesses in this world, and dragons too. But I also know that the world's affairs are rarely this simple. Why would a dragon be concerned with a princess, after all? After waking up, I would find this dream laughable, yet nostalgic, every time I thought about it. Do you remember now, Anne? Oh, there has to be some other way. If I can't save Princess Lyris, then what of my birth, my only wish? Do they have no meaning? Don't say that, Anne. Your birth was a beautiful accident. As things stand, I can only wish for you to live on your own, live on for your own sake. Go, see the world and see how it's changed in these past years. I wish for you to have your own soul, memories, personality, and wishes. I wish for you to be the master of your own fate and to experience all the beauty of the real world. Can you do that? It was a pleasure to meet you, traveler, Paimon. And it was my pleasure to meet you too, Anne. But Anapasis is our tomb. I do not wish for you to linger here. Marianne, why are you saying that? We can find a way to help you, can't we? I sense that you are good-hearted and powerful indeed. Thank you, Paimon, traveler. I'm just someone who sometimes enjoys dreaming of lovely adventures and wonderful futures. But I know what happened in the past. I already know that there's no going back. In the real world, everything has already ended. So this is farewell. Go with the flow. I don't think we have a choice, game, but thanks. Anne. I'm sorry, traveler. Paimon. I'd already started to feel that some things were off earlier. As you led me off the story's track, I started to understand and recall some things. But I still want to rescue Princess Lyris. That is the reason for which I was born. I want to save her and bring this story a happy end. I don't even know who she is. I only know that she's a gentle, lovely princess trapped due to Narcissus' invasion. Yeah, I see it. Don't worry, Anne. At least we had fun while traveling with the adventure team, right? Traveler, did you know that things would turn out this way? I thought we could help Anne. Oh. Well, if that's the case, we can still help Anne. Huh? Paimon didn't understand anything Marianne said at the end. Did you, Anne? I did, sort of. I could sense that she was speaking of something terrible that happened in the past. Well, Paimon feels that's unfair. Not just to you, Anne, but to us, too. That's why we've got to find out what happened, at least. If we do, we can come up with some sort of plan. Whether it be saving the princess or figuring out what Marianne said, or whatever, we just want to help you. The story isn't over. We'll find a way. Okay. Still, if this is all just a story, then there's one thing Paimon doesn't get. What role do we play? I can't be sure, but I think we're most likely an accident. That's why we can bring the story to an end. Huh, Paimon gets it. So that's why Anne found us and brought us into the story. You might not have thought about it, Anne, but since we've been able to knock this story off course, that means we've opened up all sorts of unknown possibilities, right? You could say that. Thank you, Traveler. Paimon. That's why we also need your help. And since we need to continue our adventure, well, can you think of anything that could help us figure out what to do next? Let me think. My memories contain a place known as the Narcissan Cruz Ordo. The place appears to have very deep connections to past events. That's true. Yeah, they seem connected, all right. Do you know where this Ordo might be? No. Oh, that's right. We're very experienced adventurers. If you need it found, we'll find it.
A reward on the road.
All right. So, let me get this right. I don't even know where to start, to be honest. I'm like, we were there. So orphanage, disaster, and this is just the beginning. Incredible. Are there more? Like, are there follow-up quests to this? The painting one will leave you with more questions than answers. Awesome. I love that. Well, I'm gonna collect my reputation. And then call it a night. They're all tied together. Awesome. Huh? Were you talking to me? Sorry, I didn't see you there. Are you here to accept the commission regarding Tales of Humanity? Alright. Reputation. All these things saying prologue. I'm like, you're gonna make me crazy. Anyways. Hooray. I'm both confused and yet not. You know what I mean? Anyways, oh boy. I'll see you guys. Oh my gosh, this particular screen, I did not align everything because I was, you know. Awesome. I love that. Okay, well, geez, I'll see you guys tomorrow. And I'm gonna be thinking about that until I go crazy. So, everybody say bye, Cecil Sanity. Good night.